Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. I hope you had a good holiday if you celebrate any sort of wintry holiday sort of thing. And we've got some puzzles. By the way, Bear Cub Daycare has been a member for 33 months, which is amazing. So let's get a member dance. Boop, boop, ba, doop, boop, boop, ba, doop, ba, doop, boop, boop. Woohoo! Boop, boop, ba, doop, boop, boop, ba, doop. Woohoo! Boop, doop, ba, doop, ba, doop, ba, doop. Woohoo! Ba, doop, boo, doop, ba, doop, boo, doop, boo, doop, boo, boo, doop, boo. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Um, let's see. What do I have to announce? I think the only announce. Why is the screen all black? That doesn't sound good. Why is the screen all black, Tristan? It doesn't look all black to me. Does it look black? Tristan, can you see the check the stream? Uh, oh, apparently it's just Todd. Oh no. Uh, I don't know if it's better or worse. Uh, Better for me, I guess. Worse for Todd. Uh, let's see. Announcement wise, we are coming up on the end of the Silk Song series. We either have ended or are coming up on the end of the Talus Principle series. Tristan can tell me in chat which one it is. I am shortly going to be, or will shortly be posting Root Trees Are Dead videos, which I've very much been enjoying that one. So if you want to see Zeta do a little something else, we can see, you can look forward to that. And we're gonna swap to doing one Let's Play, at least for the moment. We're gonna swap to doing one Let's Play and one and invitation to puzzles. So it'll be like 5 invitation to puzzles videos per week, with me solving puzzles, and then Root Trees Are Dead, and then we'll see after that. Probably after that we'll do Can of Wormholes, because that was the other thing people voted for me to do. So we'll see how that goes. So I've not actually read the rules of this puzzle yet, so AFK is way ahead of me on that. But I should say this puzzle has been voted for by Screaming Ice Cube, David, Jay Dyer, Russ, and David and Nell. So thank you all to your support. It's been great, by the way. Jay Dyer was on a bit of a sabbatical from puzzles, but has been back around again, which I very much appreciate. Alrighty, let's see. Welcome, Nell. Okay, so the sum of the digits on an arrow must equal one of the digits in the 4 cells surrounding the connected circle. If more than one arrow on the same circle have the same sum, then said sum must appear at least that many times in the cells surrounding the circle. I see. So we're saying, I guess, yeah, yeah, so I guess this arrow doesn't do anything, I think, right? Yeah, the sum of digits on an arrow must equal one of the digits in the 4 cells surrounding. If more than one arrow, it does do something. Oh, I see. It's saying that this sum is not this sum. I see. Yeah, so that is not the sum of these 3. Okay. Okay, so this arrow, like these really long arrows, do still have to have a sum that is at most 9. So, like, for example, the sum of this arrow and this arrow has to be at most 18. And so if you figure it out, these are at least 15. So that certainly makes these be from 1, 2. And likewise, this is at least 6. So this is from 1, 2, 3. And I've only got 1 degree of freedom, right? I could make this sum to as much as 16, perhaps. So this is certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. and certainly has a 1, 2, 3, and 4 in it. And so one of these two is an 8 or a 9. Hey, Jay, how are you doing? Do you remember anything about this puzzle? I know this puzzle is from a little bit ago. Oh yeah, this arrow can't have a 6 on it at all, is a good point. Because this arrow certainly sums to, well, these 3 can't sum to 9 because this arrow sums to more than that. Remember the odd detail. Yeah, there's a 7, 8, or a 9 in here. Certainly one of these two is the sum there, but I don't see quite what to do. I'm trying to look for other arrows I could combine in interesting ways. Trying to interpret that. Oh, yeah. Almost, but not quite. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ron points out that's from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one could be as much as 6. Because we could, I think, get away with making this 6, although it would force everything else. But I'm trying to decide what to do with that. So this digit here, yeah, I agree with Ron's instinct. Okay, so DWeb says they don't believe this actually can be 6. So if this actually is 6, both of these are 1. And certainly that digit's a 9 in that universe. Why is that a problem? Let's see. MS says this is a max of 3. So we need 2, 1, 2, 3s in here. There's definitely a 1 in one of these cells is the point that is one of the points I'm missing. One of these 3 has to be 1 because these sum to at most 8. So these are definitely not 1. And that tells me that these can't both be 1, because if these were both 1, then that would create the problem that there couldn't be a 1 in these 3 cells that need a 1. So these are, in fact, a minimum sum of 3 plus 15, and that does it. Okay, that's very clean. Okay, so these, and so that does mean that there's a 9 in here, there's a 9 in here, and that gives me a 9 here. And we can bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Okay. I think we found a very clean way to express that. Boop, boop, ba-doop, woo! Boop, boop, ba-doop, woo! Boop, boop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-da, 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 ba, wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so we know now this isn't 9 because we'd need 2 9s on the quad, and we know this isn't 9 because we need a 10 or more on the quad. These two cells are a 1, 2 pair, but I don't think I mean, I guess that means this digit's at least 3. Certainly means that this is a 6, 7, or 8. Certainly means this is a 1, 2, or 3. Let's see. I do know there's a 1 in one of these cells for the same reason as above. So let's remove that 1 as well. So it's one of these two is 1. Aligning with one of these two is 1. let's see. Oh, yeah, that's right. I can remove all the corner marks here. That's fine. So these are a 6, 7, 8. These are 6, 7, 8, 9 for what it's worth. So there is a 9 in here, but I don't think that matters at all. If this is a 9, Bear Cub, then the rules say I need 2 9s in these cells because this arrow also sums to 9. So the 9 in box 8, DWeb points out, is definitely down here. So the point is, yeah, it does matter because one of these is 9 is the thing that I noted, and I didn't think it mattered, but it means that this arrow actually sums to at most 8, which now means certainly that's not a 3, but also means that there's no 5 over here. And so, and also that there's a 2 over here, because if there's not a 2, then these sum to a minimum of 8, which is already too many. And so these aren't 2 either. And one of these has to be a 5 because we can't put the 5 down here. So that gets me a 5 up there, which removes 5 from all of these, which is all very nice. Okay, so yeah, that's not quite going to do it. Let's see. So we got an 8 or a 9 over here. Right. This arrow needs a repeated digit because, as DWeb points out, if these 4 digits are all different, then the sum is a minimum of 10, which is not allowed. So therefore, that digit goes here. So these 2 can be condimented. Oops, not that kind of condiment. So these are either both 1 or both 2. Let's see. That digit is down there. This is a 1-2 pair, so that's not a 2. So, oh no, this could still be a 5. Never mind. That's a 3, 4, 5 triple, though, so this is not a 3 or a 4. So we can now do a little bit of math on this because these sum to 3 plus 1 or 2. So 3 plus 1 is 4. Would require that to be a 5. 3 plus 2 is 5. Would require that to be a 4. So this is never actually a 3. So that's a 4 or a 5. There's definitely a 3 on this arrow running across that way. So it's either 3, 4, 2 or 3, 5, 1. All makes sense. Let's see. I do know that this digit is a minimum of 3. Let's see, and these sum to at least 4, actually. So these sum to a minimum of 4 plus a minimum of 3. So, oops. So this is only 3, 4, 5. And likewise, these definitely have at least a 3 in them. But let's see, we can't get more than 6 over here. And only if that's a 9, that works. These 2 also can't sum to as much as 9 for what it's worth. That's a good point. So Todd's pointing out we get a virtual quadruple because one of these is the sum of this arrow, which is certainly at least 7. And so there's certainly a 6 in this column, which removes the 6 over there. And these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only. Some more than 6, Matt Laffey. Some more than 6. So I actually did it right that time by accident. All right, there's a 1, 2 pair in this column already, so that's certainly a 3, 4, 5. Let's see, we've got our 9 over there. This could sum to some tiny thing. This sum is certainly at least 4. I don't know how exciting about that is. Yeah, we can certainly do a little bit of condimenting to note that this digit is at least 3. I mean, I guess you could also say there's a 1 or a 2 in there. So like everything in this column is at least 3, but this one being at least 3 is probably worth marking. And certainly not larger than 7 because this number, sorry, certainly not larger than 6 because this number is at least a 3. Oh, I can X that as well. Let's see. So one of these is red X, which is not immediately incredibly surprising. Only one of these can be 3 or 4. One of them is big. This is certainly at least 3, but I don't have any control over that one yet, I don't think. Yeah, there's a 6 and a 9 in these cells, I know. If this arrow does sum to 9, that 9 is in these 2 cells, but that's, I don't think, too interesting yet. All right, this one can't be a 3. Okay, yeah, so that's actually worth noting. Okay, so this is at least a 3. And it's not an 8. This one is not able to be 3. Oh, but this one can be 1 or 2. Never mind. Sorry, maybe this is not worth noting. But yeah, this one can't be 3. I agree. That one can be 3. Yeah, one of these is a 1, 2. One of these is a 1, 2. I agree. It's possible I should be trying to combine all of this nonsense. Yeah, my number over here is definitely at least a 7. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, but this one is the one where I know that's not 1 or 2, but I don't know that this isn't 1 or 2. Oh, this is also from 3, 4, 5? How do I know that this isn't the total of this arrow? Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I certainly know the other of these is at least 4. I don't know how enthusiastic I am about noting that. I'm trying to think about stuff that would place 9s in awkward, uncomfortable places, but I don't quite. The fact that this quad can put its arrow over down there is a little bit awkward. Yeah, this is at least 7. I agree. We've got some number that's at least 7 floating around in these two cells. And it's certainly 7 or 8 because it's. Oh, no, sorry. It could be 9 if it's there. Sorry. Maybe I'm supposed to be combining these arrows. I wonder if that's the thing I'm supposed to be combining. I don't know. Because that I might know something about. Maybe, possibly. I might have to think about all 3 together, which is a kind of a nightmare. So if I think about all 3 of these arrows together, let's make that yellow. I know that in this box, I get to a minimum of, and I don't think I can do better than saying a minimum of 10. And then in this box, it's a minimum of 8, right, if that's the 2. So the arrows here sum to a minimum of 18, but that doesn't feel too exciting. Unless someone wants to give me a significant improvement upon that. But I think I can't do much better than that. There are 2 like big-ish numbers around this quad. David is pointing out. They could go like there and there, for example. If not, it's interesting. Like, I almost certainly don't put the sum of this arrow here, for example. But I'm not quite sure what the clean way around this is. Do we need one of these to be a 3? If that would be nice. If these were, say, a 4-5 pair, does that require too many 9s? I don't think so. But maybe. Let's see. Okay, so if these were, say, 3-4, these I know are minimum 1-3. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that's. Sorry, 1-3-4. Sorry, I didn't say that right. So these are minimum. So if there's no 3 here, then that would be minimum 4-5, 1-3-4. That would be 17. We're 1 degree of freedom away, I think, from saying that one of those has to be a 3. Because I think that would allow me to just get away with an 8 and a 9. Rather than 2 9s. I can't do 2 9s. But I don't think I have to, just on the basis of this, but it's just possible. Of course, if these are 4 5, then these are 4 5, and these are 4 5, and maybe there's some reason that doesn't work. The 9s would go. Well, there'd only be 1 9, right? Is the point? Row 2, column 4 is the sum of the box 5, 8, arrow. Right. This digit definitely goes down here, and it definitely ends up there. So yeah, so that digit is the sum of this monstrosity. I agree. The 9 could just go in one of these two cells, I think, Josh. I mean, this arrow definitely does sum to 9. Yeah, this is specifically not the sum of the arrow, is the somewhat weird rule. But I do like this rule idea. The fact that we're 1 degree of freedom away from saying one of these is a 3 is really suggests that I should poke at that more. But I don't know quite what to do with it. And forcing a 3 here forces like exactly what this arrow sums to, and that kind of thing is why I'm interested in it. Because it resolves x's and all of that kind of thing. So it would fill in a lot of digits, is why I want to do it. I do think we know there has to be a 3 or a 4 here. If there's no 3 or 4 in here, then these sum to a minimum of 11 plus a minimum of 8 is too many. So I agree that we can fill these in as 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not 9, of course. Sorry, not 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But yeah, the does not quite get us anywhere, I don't think. It's possible that it breaks more if I do try that 4-5 world, but I don't see exactly how. Let's see. DWeb asks if 5 is too big. So it'd have to be, of course, 1, 5, 3 with a 9. Uh, if it breaks, I don't see why. Uh, let's see. Isabella has some math. If we make this 1, 2, 4, if we make this 1, 2, 4, it makes that a 1. But if we make this 1, 2, 4, it makes that a 5. Which also makes this a 1. It does put 2 1s in the column. Yeah, I agree. I wonder if there's a clever way to see that by counting differently. I think there's probably a clever way to do this if we know that we know the sum of these digits and the sum of these digits and there's some way I think that you could encapsulate these two things are one deduction that I think would make it clear what's happening. Because these two things are one is saying that we're making this too small, but we actually have a quintuple, so we should probably be able to actually phrase this in some way. But Jay is suggesting I should not try to phrase it in such a way, and should just accept that this can't be 1, 2, 4, and has to be 1, 2, 3 instead. So that means these are 4, 5, which means that I do need to make sure these only sum to 8. Which means that they need to be 1, 3, 4. Which makes that a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 1. Let's see. Okay, so this arrow in fact sums to 7, which makes that a 7. All right, and now this arrow is a 4. 4, not 5, right? To make that work. We do need an 8 here. No, yeah, sorry, I don't know which one is which. All right, 4 and 5 are gone in this column and this box, actually. We actually now have this this quadruple, which means the 7 is down here. So this is a 6 or an 8. This is the other 4, 5 in this box. This isn't a 4, 5. So these are a 2, 3, 7. While we're at it. This can't be an 8 anymore because it would sum to too much, so that's a 6. Let's see. We do have a virtual 8, 9 pair. That's true, because one of these is 8 or 9, which is the sum of this. That is an actual 2, 3 pair for what it's worth. The box 4 quad definitely has an 8, 9 on it because this sum is 8 or 9. Oh, can't have both. Ah, yes. If this was a 4, it would make that a 5. I agree with that. We could probably do 4, 1, 4, though. And 5, 3. Yeah, that. If the 9 is on this arrow, then of course this 9 is here. Otherwise, this arrow has a 9 and it's more flexible. It is true. This is only 6, 7, 8. Have we changed the minimum of yellow? I don't think we've changed the minimum of yellow because the only digit we filled in was a 2. Oh, box 6 has changed slightly, right? That is true. This has changed slightly. So now this is minimum 1, 2, 3, 5. So now this is minimum 11. Plus minimum 8 is 19. That's still, I think, too far away from helpful. We do know there's a 9 in like one of these cells, and it's not that one. It's not that one, of course. We might even know it's not that one, but who knows? Do we know this can't be a 9? I don't think so, actually. Yeah, one of these two is 1. Let's see, if this digit isn't a 1, it's at least a 4? Is that useful? I don't think so. That's true. This does see the virtual 8, 9. So this is actually 6, 7, 8 as well. Sorry, 6, 7 only, even. So yeah, I guess there's some world where this can't be a 9 because it would require 2 9s on the quad, and that's a problem for some reason. But oh, sorry, 5. No, 5. Sorry, 5 is fine. Thank you for catching that, by the way. Yeah, if this were 8 or 9, we'd have to be a little bit careful because we obviously can't put both 8 and 9 here. That 8, 9 will like assuredly go there if this is 8 or 9. Fortunately, I don't have small children, so it does not have the infuriating impact on me that it does on some people. I also don't have any large children, to be clear. Just some penguins, yes, including one large penguin. If this isn't 1, it's at least 4, but I don't think that's a problem. I don't think we know that there's an 8 or 9 sum in box 6, do we? Oh, we do. We do. Okay, yes, we do. This I don't know if this arrow sums to 9 or not, but as Arrow points out, as Matt Laffey points out, it definitely sums to 8 or 9, namely this is 8 or 9, and that 8 or 9 certainly doesn't go there, so this is an 8 or a 9, which gives us this 8-9 pair in 0. And now that 8-9 assuredly goes there. This can't be 7 because we know the sum of these two arrows together is 18. Sorry, is 17. It's 8 plus 9. And so one of them is 8 and one of them is 9 is why. But we can mustard that 8-9. This digit definitely isn't 9, right? No, sorry, that's not true. Sorry, don't listen to me. Yeah, we know there's the other 8-9 is in these cells for what it's worth. So the other 8-9 in this row is in these cells. I don't think that's immediately helpful. If this were to be a 6, this would immediately become an 8-9. But I don't see what to do with that. I guess I now know this arrow sums to a maximum of 7. Is that useful? It doesn't seem useful. But just because there's only 1, 8, 9 around here, this arrow now can't sum to more than 7. Do you know this digit isn't 7? Yes. No. Yes, I do know this digit isn't 7. Yeah, okay, so this digit, yeah, if I take a second to write it in, this digit can't be 7 because it would make this sum to 8 or 9 and this sum to 8 or 9, and we need an 8-9 pair here, which we can no longer have. So this is now at most 5. And so, yeah, so it is true that the 7 in this row definitely goes over here somewhere, which then means this digit's not a 7. That digit's also definitely not a 7. Oh, there's a 2-3 pair in the row, so this isn't 2 or 3. I was more interested in the 7. So now this arrow actually sums to at most 6. So only if this is exactly... No, this just has to be a 1 now, right? Because of this, right? If this is not a 1, then it's a minimum of 4, plus 1, 2 is too big. So this is now a 1. And so now these definitely have a 1, because they need to sum to either 4 or... Oh, sorry, no, they could be... they can be as high as 4, but this one I know is not 2 or 3, because they could sum to as much as 5. But they definitely have a 1. Unfortunately, if they are 1, 2, that actually works because now this could be a 4 and it could be the total. This is a 145 triple. I agree. Okay, so this is the 7-8, the other 7-8-9. So this arrow has the other 5-6 on it, I suppose. Are we saying that this sums to the red 8-9? Maybe, possibly, I don't know. That is true. This arrow is now minimum 3 plus 4, Ron points out. So these are actually now 7-8-9 specifically. That one's not a 7. Yeah, certainly comes from 3, 4, 5. That's all I can use. And this one is only a 4. There you go. Okay, that's very nice because that one's only a 4, which actually, in fact, makes this one only a 1. So now this is either summing to 4 or to 5, this arrow over here. That 1 looks over here, makes that not able to be a 1. Now this digit is a minimum of 4, and therefore this digit is a maximum of 5, and therefore can only be a 2. Which makes this sum a 6 or a 7. So these are certainly both from 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. I can't make this a 5 because if this is a 5, now I have 2 9s in here and I cannot do that. So that's a 3, which makes that a 2. And now these are a 7 and a 9, which has to go in that order, which makes that the 9 over there. Like that. These are a 6, an 8, and a 5, I believe. Let's see. This summed to 4, so that's got to be a 4. Okay, I'd better have a 3 on this, or I'm going to have a big problem, right? I mean, there's a 3 on it just by Sudoku now, I suppose. So yeah, there's a 4 and a 4. Yeah, the 5 here looks down and actually places a 5 here. Good eye. Thank you to Matt Laffey and Ron for that carry. Okay, so now that's a 6. So we know there's no 7 here. It's now 6, 8, or 9, which is actually a triple in both the row and the box. In fact, this is the 1 for this row just by Sudoku. And this is the other 3, 7, but it's not a 7. So it'd better just be the 3. 7 would be too big for the arrow. And so that's just a 6. Which means that there's a 9 somewhere around. Means that's a 6. These are a 7, 8 pair. This is a 7 or an 8. That 5, 8 pair looks down for what it's worth. This quad no longer has the ability to have a 9 on it anywhere, DWeb points out, and therefore that can't be a 5. So that's a 4, and that's a 5. Yes. And now this quad needs a 9, so yellow is in fact 9. So that is an 8, 7, 8, 7. Now this sum can't be 9, so it's an 8. Okay, now I need a second 9 on here, so that's a 9. We sort of knew that was happening from jump. We knew that this was going to have 2 9s on it to resolve the puzzle, because why else would you have this quad here? So these aren't 6, 8 anymore. Oops, sorry, aren't 6, 8 anymore. This needs an 8. Let's see, what's my pair down here? Well, one of them's a 4. And a 2. And this is a triple of 5, 6, and 8. And apparently that is the 8 in that grouping. Okay. Let's see, what about this triple? 3, 5, 7, I want to say. Don't get any help there. There's a 2 over down there somewhere. Let's see. I guess I can write in these pairs. Maybe I'll get lucky. One of these is a 3, and the other is a 6. These are a 4 and a 5. Well, that's at least something. So that's a 5 and a 4. Yeah, I was hoping there'd be some digit on this arrow by sudoku or something. 9 in row 8 is placed. Yeah, that's the correct way to use the arrow, Todd points out. Because 9 can't go there, so 9 in this row is here. There could still be a 7 on this arrow if it goes with the 1. Yeah, the total of this arrow is assuredly at least a 4. Because of the fact that we've used 2, 1, 2, 3s in the row. So this is the total, and it's 5, 6, or 8. Is 5 really possible? No. We'd need a 2, 3 pair. So now we've got a 6, 8 pair in the column, so that's a 7. So now that's a 6. So now this is a 1, 5. And now I think everything unravels. Oops, sorry. 7 goes there. These are 8 and 9. One of these is a 2, one of them is a 3, and one of them is a 4. Voila! Except for the one sticking point in the middle, I thought that was very nice. Very cool idea here. I like this idea a lot. I feel like you could could definitely make more puzzles with this rule set. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back with more puzzles. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. I was just seeing over on the zetamath Discord, Isabella was saying that all the other Let's Players look slow after watching me sprint everywhere. Yeah, I definitely do not have a lot of patience for movement in games, so I tend to book it, which I really appreciated Lingo for letting me move fast. Zeta is speed. Uh, I only fell into the abyss like 4 times because of going too fast in the Talus Principle. Uh, Zeta is speed. All right, so let's have a look at Venice by Cactus Law. We need to make each of these lines. By the way, this is quite a striking grid. Make each line be split into pieces of equal sum by the box borders. So I find it helpful to picture the box borders as like a cookie cutter that you slam down on the grid, and it chops this rope into 3 pieces. And so that is how I think about it. And so each piece has to have the same sum. So yeah, so we have a classic trick here in row 1, which is to note that the whole row sums to 45, which is a multiple of 3, but this also sums to a multiple of 3. I don't know what multiple of 3, but that means this cell needs to be a multiple of 3, and it can't be 9. So we need a 3 or a 6 there. Now, if we look over here, we can do a very similar game with this row, where we can say, okay, the whole row sums to an odd number, but that and that sum to an even number, and therefore this number is odd, so it can only possibly be 7 or 9, except it can't be 7 because you can't have an arrow that sums to 7 with a 3 or a 6 on it. Neither of those are possible. And so, in fact, this digit is a 9, and we get to start another puzzle with a 9 dance. Hey, Mekti! Boop, boop, ba-doop. Woo! Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wah! Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, boo-doop, ba-doop, boo-doop, boo-doop, boop, boo-doop, boo. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yeah, we've got a few like length 3 arrows kicking around. These are certainly from 6, 7, 8, and 9, for example. There's a 1 on this one because there's no 9 on it. So this is at least 5 and can't really be 5 because of the 15 trick. This is 7, 8, 9 because these together sum to 15. So this is a 7, 8, 9. We certainly can do the same trick we did in this row to get that this cell was odd, and this row to get that this digit is odd. It's not a 7. Let's see. Do I want really to compare these and say what the minimum of this is? I might. Oh. Excuse me. Let's do this first. So this is 28 minimum. And these are 17 maximum, so these are 11 minimum. That's not very useful. It's being pointed out if this is a 3, this is a 6, and then that makes this a 0. So, in fact, this isn't a 3 either. We can do some neat math in these 2 boxes, which is that this sum is the same as this sum. And so, therefore, this sum is the same as that sum. But this sum we already know is 9. So, therefore, that's a 9. I like that. There's a 9 in this box somewhere, but I don't really know where. We can do almost the same thing with box 4 and box 5, except it's even more fruitful because we learn that these cells, in fact, sum to 9, which actually makes that a 6 with a 1, 2, and a 1, 2, 3, which makes that a 4, 5 with a 9, and that is a 3 because that's how math works. Very, very nice. I like that a lot. That was a nice sort of like repeat the logic but upside down, but in a way that it ends up making everything more interesting. So now this one has to be 1, 2, 6. Sorry, no, sorry. This one has to be 1, 3, 5 because you can't repeat the same kind of arrow in a puzzle. That would just be ugly. These are 6, 7, 8, 9 now. So this total is a minimum of 13 and a maximum of 15 for what it's worth. It's definitely not 2, 3, 4. That's why I said 1, 3, 5, because it being 1, 2, 6 would be a little thing. Yeah, there's definitely a 1, so one of these is a 1. I agree with that. I don't know how useful it is, but I definitely agree with it. Let's see. This digit is at least a 4 plus 1, so this number is at least a 5, so it can only be 6, 7, or 8. Just by a combination of Sudoku and the fact that this digit needs to be at least 4. So I think that means this digit is actually only able to be a 4 or a 5 because 7... No, 7, 1 is still okay. Now, these sum again to a minimum of 13, so that means they need to be at least 5. So we can look at that like that. Agree with that. This sum to 9 is not 1, 3, 5, and both of the other ways have a 2, so I can corner mark a 2 in there. Oh yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, 9 in row 2 just doesn't go anywhere but here. That was almost true from the beginning, but the 9 could have gone there before, but now the 9 is certainly placed here. I agree with that. So there's a 9 over there. Let's see. These sum to a minimum of 12. So this is certainly at least a 5. No, sorry, it could be a 6. Sorry. Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, at least a 5. I don't really want to mark that. Hey, Laura, how are you doing? Yeah, we've got our giant pile here. I sort of suspect this is just going to be 15 because it's always 15, but who knows? I guess I know what this sum is just by... Oh, no. Sorry to hear that, Laura. That is rough. Because let's see. That's 12 plus 9 is 21. So that means that these both sum to 12. So one is 4, 8, and one is 5, 7, for whatever it's worth. I had a run-in with a wall. Ooh, rough. Okay, I feel like we're probably missing something relatively simple here, given the rest of the puzzle has been so smooth. But I don't know what. Or are we saying uh, that this sum is either if that's a 3, this sum is uh 14. So this sum, yeah, the sum is 13 or 14. So we can't put a 2 in here. So the 2 is in here. Just by taking 45 minus 3, for example, and then dividing it by 3, and then cheating and just taking 15 and subtracting 1. So yeah, so I can't put a 2 there. Oh, you're right. Sorry, it's not true. Could be there. So yeah, it's actually a little bit of a mess. Okay, so that's a good piece. So looking at just like what are the possibilities here, uh, we need to have an even total sum. So we need an even number of odd digits in here. Whereas if you look at it, 5, 7, and 9 are the odd digits that are available. However, Josh is telling me that if I try and remove the 7, it's a problem, because if I try and remove the 7, then I need to make don't I then need to make a sum of 14? Isn't that fine? No, because I don't have any place to put the 9, right? Because I don't have a 5. No, I do have a 9. 9 and 5 and 6 and 8. What's wrong with missing the 7? Uh, I agree we're dropping the 5, the 7, or the 9. Uh, the 9 and 5 aren't in the same box. Right. You could put the 9 up there and the 5 on there, but they're on different teams, right? Okay, so yeah, so we can't actually miss out on the 7. So there is a 7 somewhere. Doesn't really feel in spirit of the rest of the deductions, but I agree. There is a 1-2 pair in column 6. I think this can be 4, 5, or 7 only. Uh, okay, so 1 in row 1 has to be over here, I'm going to guess is what the point is, because I can't put it in this box. And if I put the 1 with the 2, we again said 13 is the maximum. So there's a 1 over there if we want. Oh, and so now we know what the 9 is, because now this 9 is 2, 3, 4. Very good. Okay. That feels like what we've been doing in the puzzle. Okay. So this is 2, 3, 4. A little bit of a shame that I don't see what that does exactly, but what can you do? Can I really have a 1 on this line is the question. Because what's this line's sum? If that's a 5, then these are 23, and this line's sum is 11. That doesn't work. Yeah, so this can't be a 5. Because if this is a 5, then you can just figure out that this sum needs to be 11, but you can't put a 1 anywhere in the row then. So this is, in fact, the 1. Like that. So this is a bi value. This is either a 2 with a 6 or a 3 with a 5. Those are my options in the universe. There's no 8 in here. Yeah, I can't throw a 9 up here, right? So if I put a 9 up here, then I make the minimum of this 15, but we know it sums to less than 15. So I agree that there's a 9 here, which means that there's a 9 up here. See, I'm told the same is true of 8. Would have to be 158, and that doesn't work for some reason. The fact that there's a 2 on the... Oh, no, sorry. If there was a 2 here, it would... Oh, I see. That's very weird. Right. We know that this is... Yeah, there we go. So this is either something to 14 or 13. So this is from 5, 6, 9. Sorry, 4, 5, 9, right? So it's 4, 9, or 5, 9. Yep, agree. This is a summing to a maximum of 10, interestingly. Yeah, right. These are 5, 6, 7, 8. I see. Okay. Yes. So the point is these sum to 13. And so there's a 5, 6 here and a 5, 6 here, which removes the 5 here, which actually makes this a 4, 9. So that makes the sum 13, which now means I can't use an 8 up here because I would need to go 1, 8, 4, and I can't. So now the 8 is down here. Yeah, the virtual pair got me there. I was happy about the virtual pair. That's what was really going on with these other machinations, but that way is clean and I like it. Okay, so if this is 13 and this is 13, what's this? So 13 plus 13 plus 9. Oh yeah, we can even make it easier. That's a 6 because the sum is 13. Sadly, the 2 goes away, so fill that in. I guess, yeah, I don't even have to do the math. I can just do the Sudoku and say that these are 7 and 8. And so these sum to 15, 30, 32. So I need... Why did I screw this up? Oh, because I put 2 8s in the box. 2 8s in the box doesn't sound good. How about that? That sounds better. So now these sum to 10. In fact, this is just 1, 4, 5 even. I keep doing math to find things and then realizing I could just do Sudoku instead, which is the case here as well. So these are 6, 8, 9. Yeah, apparently the math might have been easier. It is very possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. And let's see. So now these are 2, 3, 8. And this is not the 2 or the 3, so it's just an 8. And so now, oh, and this isn't a 1, by the way. And so this is a 4, 5, or 7. Okay. And there's a 4, 5 pair here that I can use to clean that out slightly. People keep telling me this can't be a 4, but I don't see what's wrong with this being a 1, 3 yet. There we go. So there is my quintuple, because this is the odd digit that's missing from this quadruple. Because remember there was an odd digit missing from this quadruple. This has to be it. So therefore, this is a 9. And now one of these is, so now these do sum to 35 minus 9 is 26. So the sum is 13. So this is 5, 8, and 6, 7. Which does give me a 1 there, a 7 there, and a 5 there. These aren't 6, 7 anymore. In fact, that's just a 6 and an 8. No 1 there. This is a 6, which is certainly not with a 7 and a minus 1. So this is a 1 or a 2 for sure. This digit is a 2, 3, or 4, I suppose. And this digit is a 1, 2, or 3, I suppose. Right. And then these are, of course, from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because I can't put a 6 in them. And so that's a quintuple. So this is an 8 and a 7 has been pointed out. So this is a 1 or a 2. I agree with that and like it. And so now that has placed the 7 down here because we now have a 4, 5 pair. Okay, so there's no 1 on here for sure, and there's no 2 either, so this just has to be 3, 4. So 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 3. This is a 1 or a 2 as well of some description. This is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. Not a 9, apparently. 6, 7, or 8. I know there's a 3 involved in this sum, but that doesn't really help. I know that in lots of different ways it happens. I know the other 1, 2 is in here for what it's worth. If I don't put a 1, 2 in here, then suddenly this sums to too much by a lot. So these are at least 5. And they're not 7 or 9, apparently. So these are only from 5, 6, 8. I don't think that really helps. Well, the 8's definitely down here, I guess, because I'm not putting an 8 on this arrow. Yeah, these are also at least 4 because I've got a 1, 2 over here. So these are also 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 4 is probably over here unless it's exactly here. It's 22. So these totals sum to 23 for what it's worth. If I did that right. I think I did. That feels very difficult, actually. That's like barely above the minimum. Oh, wait, is this 11? No, 22. 13 plus 9 is 22, right? And so it's 23. Where are people getting 24? What am I wrong about what this arrow sums to? Oh, this is 12. Sorry, this is 12. I just misremembered what this is. Yeah, it's 12 plus 9. Uh, yeah, I do know there's an 8 up here somewhere. I know one of these two is a 9. Uh, Row 9, column 1 is naked. That's believable. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be 5. It's not 6, 7, 8, or 9. Yep, wow. Yep, this is a naked 5 because of that 8. Very good. Okay. That will do it. And then I don't have to understand Mekti's point, I don't think. Oops. Sorry, Mekti. Okay, so there's no 5 in here. And so therefore that is the 5 by Sudoku, which goes with a 1. Makes that a 2, 3, 4. It means there's no 4 here, so that's a 6, 7, 8. There's a 4 over here, though, with a 2. That also sums to 6. That 2 is here by Sudoku, giving me a 1 and an 8 and a 9 up here. That's a 4, a 5, and a 1 over there. No 5 goes there, and this is a sum to 12, so no 7 goes there. I did it in the right order this time, possibly. Let's see. These are 1 and 9, apparently. Now 9 in box 5 is placed. And it's probably the last 9 in the grid. Oh, not quite. Oh, no, there's 2 more. There's 1 there and 1 there. Okay. So this is summing to at least 12, no matter what. I don't know. So we have two sums that add to 24, so it could be two 12 sums, or it could be something else. Yeah, I agree this can only be so high. Because this is certainly minimum 7. And so, therefore, this is maximum 16? Something like that? Uh, uh, let's see. If we if we minimize these, so let's minimize these. So 1, 4, 6, 8. Let's see, that'd be 14 plus 5 is 19. Round up for good measure to 20. Sorry, no, don't round up for good measure. Just leave it at 19. Subtract from 45, we get 26. And so, yeah, so the maximum that this can sum to is 13. So, yeah, so I agree this is a 3 or a 4. Yeah, I just got to do the math for the rest of the row to figure it out. Now we've got a 2, 3, 4 triple in the column, so that's not a 4 anymore. So that is not an 8 anymore. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So in the version where this was minimized, this is 1, 4, 6, but it made that a 4, which doesn't work. So therefore, this can't be a 4. It has to be a 3. I see. Okay, I respect that. Thank you from chat for help with that. Okay, so now this is a 3-cell sum to 12. This is also a sum to 12. So this is 4, 8, or 5, 7 again. The other 4, 8, or 5, 7. That one's not 4, so that one's not 8. That one's not 5. So that one's not 7. Now that's a 4, 7 pair, which gets me the 6 and the 7 and the 8 and the 6 over down there. Let's see. This had a very nice intro, but it has gotten quite grindy as it has gone on. Price you pay for having such a nice grid sometimes, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know anything about 3-cell 12 sums. Let's see. People suggesting I write in what this can be. 3. No, it can't be 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, okay. So if this is a 7, I need these two to be 1, 4. And if this is a 4, then I have more options. Oh, there's a virtual 4, 7 pair in the box. I see. So 7 doesn't work for a kind of disgusting reason, which is that if this is a 7, we need these two to sum to 5 as 1 and 4. But now we've used a 4 and a 7 from this, which now means they sum to the wrong number. So this can't be a 7. It's a 4. It's only slightly stomach turning. Okay, so that is a 5 and an 8. And 7. Okay, and so now these two need to sum to 8 without using a 5 or a 7. So now these are 2, 6, and we know the order. Gives me a 4 and a 2, a 9 and a 4, a 1 and a 9. 1 and a 2. We can probably fill in with Mark. Got a little messy there at the end in terms of the solve path. Like there was a very clear and intentional solve path at the beginning, and then I think it kind of devolved into let's just make the grid unique so we can wrap up. But the grid is really striking. Like, I mean, just very impressive construction. Alrighty, let me take a quick break, and I'll be back with more puzzles to see everyone in just a moment. Welcome back. We have a flinty chaos construction here. I always enjoy 6x6 chaos constructions, especially tend not to have some of the gritty stuff that you often get at the end of longer chaos constructions. So let's have a look at the rules here. So we have to make our own regions, which can be 2x3 boxes if we want, or can be more creative regions if you would like. And then a digit X in a cell containing a number N in its top left corner indicates that the cell sees X digits in its region, including itself, and that those digits sum to N. X counts in the sum also. For digit X in a cell with a question mark, the cell sees X digits, including itself. Region borders obstruct vision. Clue cells see orthogonally and not diagonally. Okay, well, this digit is a 6 because of the sum, and we can bring out Zach for the 6y dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Boop, boo, doo, boo, doo, boo, doo, boo, boo, doo, boo, boo, doo, boo. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Likewise, if you know your x sums, you know that this is a 2. Because you can't do 5 and 3, and 5 and 1 with a 1 is difficult. Now, we know this does not extend all the way in that direction, and hence it extends at least 1 up this direction. Yeah, this can't even be a 4, so it's just a 5, actually, because 4 doesn't get you quite far enough. And yeah, you're right. This does not extend all the way up here, so it has to go over here. I hadn't looked at that clue yet. And we know it doesn't take this cell. I agree. This is certainly a 3 or a 4. I don't know which one yet. Annoyingly, 316 is a possibility if it goes that way. This is certainly a different region, and it certainly extends at least 1 in this direction because of the fact that we need to get to 5. And we can't extend 5 in this direction. We can't extend 5 in this direction either, because 4 plus 5 plus 6 is not 16. It's only 15. Am I wrong? Isn't 4, 5, 6 only? Wait, why am I trying to do it in 3 numbers? Sorry, that's 3 digits. Sorry, I think you're right. Yes, because I was only adding 3 numbers, and if you only add 3 numbers, anyway, that's still not the case that this can go all the way up, so we still get that. Can this be a 4 and go only down? Is the question. In which case I would need no, it cannot. Because if this goes only down, I would need the outies to sum to 5, which they can't. So if this can't go only down, it definitely goes that way. I do know one of these is a 3. And one of them is just not in this region. Right. We're doing this one. This one is 3 or 4. Yeah, this can't be a 2. Can we do 3? No, 3 is not. 3 doesn't work either, because 3, 4, 5 isn't. Oh, sorry, no. 3, 4, 6 is big enough. So this is a 3 or a 4, I believe. Yeah, we know this is not yellow. Right, we know these two are the same because this is either going to go this way or this way, so we can give this a color. It sees the 3 adjacent to the 2 by sudoku. That's right. So this is definitely a 4. That's very nice. And whichever of these is the 3, then we've got 3 plus 4 is 7, and then 2 more digits that sum to 6. Those are a 1 and a 5. So we're either going to go... Oh, sorry. No, we could do some sort of like bending thing, right? But the next digits are a 1 and a 5. I'm trying to contemplate if it really works if this is the green 3 and this is a 4 coming over here. It seems to work. I know these aren't ones. Oh, yeah, this just can't be a 5. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. 16 can't be 5 because a 5 cell 16 sum doesn't have a 5 in it. Yes, thank you. So this is definitely a 4. So now that 4 bounces down and tells me that this is a 3 because this is an L-shaped region. So we can do that. Let's see. It's because this yellow is sort of in this universe, and yellow has a 4. That's one of my favorite tricks. It gets used in a lot of flavors of this kind of puzzle, but I like that trick a lot. So we now have a 3 that looks up this way. So now it's looking even better that this could do this, but oh yes, the 3 here sees the 3 by Sudoku that this needs. So therefore that's the 3 is the point. Agree. So now there's some other region poking out here to be named later. But that region can't. Oh no, sorry. Never mind. I was gonna say something silly. Okay, this 4 still needs to see 2 more things. I don't think this can possibly be one of them. Which I think means that has to be green, right? If this isn't green, the 4 has to do this, and there's no number I can possibly put here that will make it happy. Because it can't be a 3 or a 4, and this being a 5 or a 6 would now make it too many cells. So the 4 definitely sees that cell, which now makes that purple. This is assuredly not a color that we already have. So that's orange, and now we know the orange goes that way at least 1, which now forces the yellow to go up at least 1. Right. We said we need a 1-5 to go with this, so this is a 1-5. This can't be green, though. Follow me on a brief journey. If this is green, now purple finishes like this, and now this 3 is a liar. So that does not work. So in fact, that's the green. 1-5. And now, no, sorry. That's the green 1-5. I put the 1-5 in the wrong place. The argument was right. I just put the 1-5 in the wrong place. And now the only place to hide the 6 is in green is here, I believe, to borrow AFK's phrasing from earlier. And what I really argued actually was that this cell is purple, because I argued if this cell's not purple, it breaks. I think probably that's going to be the purple 3, but I don't think I know that yet. I think... No, I don't think that's always orange. Uh, uh, this digit is 1-5 just by magic. Uh, yeah, this cell's always orange is another way to play this game. If this cell isn't orange, orange can't escape under and can't finish. So orange would be trapped at 5 cells if this cell was not orange exactly. And now, because of that orange, that's now hemmed in purple's 3, and so now purple needs to come here in order to possibly get a 3. This is now known to be a 3 or a 4. Let's see. It can't be a 2 because it already sees 3 cells. And there's only one more cell to go, so it's either going to see, yeah, so... could it not look like that? Oh, yes. Sudoku in column 3, Ron points out, is very nice. Yeah, Sudoku in column 3 asks, where is the 3 in column 3? It's just there. Very nice. And so, therefore, this is not purple, and so, therefore, one of these two is purple. This is some other thing, possibly orange. We could. I was hoping that this puzzle would be clean enough we didn't have to, but we could certainly use borders if we want. Got all of that. Okay, so... yeah, let's re-examine that. So so it's being claimed that this cell has to be orange. So if this cell is not orange, definitely this cell isn't orange, and now purple is broken, I suppose. The problem is this cell is never orange, right? Because of the 3 clue. And so if I know that cell can't be orange and I know one of these two is purple, then orange just has to escape through here. I can get behind that. Yeah, now this is just yellow because it can't be anything else. I agree. If this is a 4, we know it's yellow, funnily enough. Got a 1, 5, 6 left over here. Oh, 2, 4. Thank you. I'm very good at Sudoku. Who says I'm isn't? Let's see. How many colors do we have? Do we have all 1, 2, 3, 4? No, we've got one more mysterious region as of yet to uh, it's from 1 to 5. Yeah, the purple 2 is in one of these two cells by sudoku, so we can even D2ify that and mark that these are 2, 6. Why is that one telling me it's not 6? I don't understand why Sven is reading this cell. Am I crazy? Sven, what are you doing to me? Is it anti-king? I hope not. This is like literally the first time I've ever seen this happen. But I would have guessed, like, if I were just guessing, I would guess it was because there was like the setter left killer cages in the grid when setting it and didn't label them or didn't remove them from being exported. There's a bug where the word diagonally in the rules mistakenly adds anti-king. Oh my god, you're right. I would never, ever have guessed that that was what had happened. That is crazy. That is I mean, I'm guessing it's intentional, but I feel like probably guessing that is if the word diagonally appears anywhere in the rules that the puzzle is anti-king is probably not a good guess. Let's see. I will ping Sven to let him know. One moment. Anti-king. Let me have a screenshot for him just so that he can see what on earth is happening. Also, I see that in Sven's channel, Casey is talking about penguins, and we love penguins. Anyway. Oh, are we sure? Yeah, it is not an unmarked 3x3, but that or 2x3, but that is a fair thing to check. I don't know how they found out, but I've seen someone say it, says David. Okay, yeah. So we will be very careful with the Svenning, and then we will mess it up anyway. That's my plan. Oh, now that's a great question, Josh. Maybe it's smart enough to only do it if the puzzle happens to actually satisfy anti-king, because that would probably be very reasonable to code. Because if it sees the if it sees that the solution satisfies anti-king and the word diagonal appears in the rules, then maybe it makes sense. Do I know? So can this cell possibly be read? Oh, let's see. Todd has a point. Uh, Todd. I'm trying to even find Todd's point. Uh, yes. Okay, yes. If this is a purple, then the orange 3 sees too many. Right. Yes. If this is purple, then that's the end of purple, and now all of this is orange, and the orange 3 is wrong. So this is not purple, so therefore it's orange. And therefore this is purple, and therefore this is orange, and now purple and orange are both done. And now we can finish yellow. And now we can red our way across the world. We can place the 2 in purple. So we can place the 6 in orange. That 2 is a lie. Oh, yellow got too big for its britches. Oh, you're right. Sorry. We can still place the 2 there. Yellow only needs 1 more cell. Okay, well, red now needs to take at least one of these 2, and now it has to take both because the outies are a 2 and a 3, and so if it takes this one, it's stuck taking. I guess, yeah, it's got to take at least one of these 2, and these are linked together by even region geometry if you want. Just whatever region this cell is in, this region is also in it. And so anyway, regardless of whether you do it with math the ugly way or with geometry the pretty way, we can now divide this, and we can start building a blue region, and then we can finish the red region, and now we can have a very pretty blue region. Actually, that's quite nice. And so this is a 3 and a 2 as well. This is really a 6 by Sudoku. I wasn't willing to trust it, but it's true. The 10 sum is forced. Oh, yes, here we go. Here's the 10 sum. I was like, what 10 sum? I don't think there's sums in this puzzle. But yes, these 3 puzzles are supposed to add to 10. And so these 2 need to add to 7, and so they have to be 5 and 2. Or alternatively, the 4 in yellow is over here. By the way, I'm going to put the border around the edge before people are upset. Okay, so that is a 4 and a 1, and a 1 and a 5, and a 1 and a 6 and a 5. Let's see. I mean, I'm guessing that maybe actually... Did I cheat? I used Sven. Uh-oh. That one was right. That one was right. But this one I don't know. This could be a 5 or a 6. Okay. If I use the anti-king assumption, it might turn out that it is anti-king. Okay, so these are 1... Okay, well, it's not going to turn out to be anti-king because there's no place for 1 in column 1 if it's anti-king. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's see. What are the odds that I can actually do this? Okay, so this is not 4 or 5. This is not 1 or 6. Yeah, maybe we should turn off the conflict checker before we accidentally do a thing. Turning off conflict checker seems not to have done what I wanted. Oh, did I not turn off conflict checker? Oh, I turned off constraint alert, whatever that is. Let's see. These are 4, 5, and 6. That one's not a 6, of course. Oh, I turned off check on finish. Who knows? Where on earth is that? Check on finish. There we go. Okay. Okay, this is not 1, 4, or 6, so it is a 5. Which makes that a 4. Let's see. These are now a 3 and a 5. in some as of yet undisclosed order. This 5 looks at this, making that a 4. Yeah, maybe we should turn the conflict checker itself off rather than the check pencil marks off. That is not a 4. Let's see. This is a 2 and a 3 in some order. This seems to be a 1, which seems to make that be a 1, which seems to make that be a 6. That be a 1. That seems to be a 2, which makes that a 3 and a 2. Makes that a 5 and a 3. That's a 5 and a 6 and a 5 and a 6 and a 4. Woohoo! That was very nice. Aside from slightly odd bug that I have never before seen and is kind of amazing. Okay. Note to self, don't use the word diagonal in puzzle rules. Alrighty, let me take a quick break and I'll be back with more puzzles. Hello again, everyone. We are back with Ye Old Mathrax puzzle. I haven't done a Mathrax puzzle in quite a while, but since Codex, but should be fun. So each of these clues will have something like a number and an operation. Like this is saying that if you multiply the diagonal digits, you get a 4. This is saying if you subtract the diagonal digits. It's true of both pairs of diagonals simultaneously. And additionally, this also has E and O clues, which at least I don't traditionally associate with Mathrax, where this says all of these are even and all of these are odd. So we should probably try to odd even color a little bit. So, for example, I know that digit is even because it's an odd number that if you multiply it with this number, you get 12. Also, it's going to be a real problem if the odd number that this is 1, 5, 7, or 9, because all of those cause you to put problematic numbers here in order to do that. And so one of them causes you to put a 12, to be clear, and the others require you to put fractions. So this has to be 3 and 4. And we can bring out Zach for the 3 dance. Boop boop ba-doop. Woo! Boop boop ba-doop. Wow! Boop boop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Probably important to note that we have a 4 looking across here. I do agree that this is a number that I subtract from an odd number to get a 3. We do know that these are from 1 to 4, and these aren't 4, so these aren't 1. And therefore, these are both blue because they're just ways to multiply to be 4. Let's see. We're adding to 4 here, so we've got to do that. My even numbers that add to be 4 are probably 2 and 2. Oh no, this also contains the word diagonal. What are the odds that I would randomly pick another puzzle that contained the word diagonal? Okay, well, we'll make do somehow. Okay, adding to 14. Could do that. Okay, so yeah, okay. Cool. I do agree. This is only 5, 7, 9 because it sees the 1, 3 pair. The color's gone wonky because, and this is a hilarious to me story, the rules here explain something about the word diagonal. So Sudoku Pad has inferred that this means that this is an anti-king puzzle, and so the conflict checker is telling me you can't put a 2 next to a 2. But that's not how the puzzle works. Oh, there's a... Aha! Very nice, very nice. Okay, so we've got that. Yes, greatly appreciated to Ambrose there. Difference of 5 is interesting. Yeah, I agree. These are certainly 5, 7, 9. These are just 6, 8, right? What's the problem with 2 7s? We certainly, we know there's a 2 in here. We know there's a 2 in here. So actually, this is only 6 or 8, actually. If you look at it, but it can't be 6 either. Okay, that's very nice. Okay, so this is very nice. So we've got a 2 looking across this way, a 4 looking across this way at this cell, so it's a 6 or an 8. But it's on a 3 minus clue. If I put a 6 here, I would need to put a second 3 in the box here. So actually, that's an 8 and a 5. Oh, no, it could be a 9. Sorry. Right, so this is either a 5 or a 9, right? Yeah, we can do it the other way. Never mind, false alarm. It's fine. Oh, but I do know that this is a 2. By virtue of Sudoku, the 2's look across, placing a 2 there, which makes that a 6. That is true. Good point. Yeah, this blue in this box just goes here. Very true. We can ketchup it. Blueberry ketchup, everyone's favorite flavor. If it was an 8, it would make both of those odd. Funnily enough, I know at most one of these is even. So 8-2 is the only way to do this, and we can't do 8-2. There we go. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, 8-2 does not work for this particular thing, and so therefore the only ways to do it are odd. Yeah, we can't put 4, 5, or 6 around this, so we've got some limited options. Okay, yeah. The people are pointing out that 3 looking at this cell, actually, this is kind of a messy deduction, but it's true. It tells me that the 3 in column 3 is actually in one of these cells, because it can't go there either, so therefore that's not a 3. That's really, like, that is as close to the border of I won't use it as we can get, but I will actually use it this time. So there's a 1 up there. So one of these is a 1. And it's not this one. Because if this was a 1, then I would need that to be a 6. And that doesn't work. So in fact, that's the 1 and the 2 and the 2 and the 4. It is the kind of step that I would discourage setters from using in their puzzles for the most part. But I don't think it's what Richard likely intended here, because Richard is usually quite tame. Anyway, it's maybe worth pointing out that, yeah, I can't repeat a combination here. So this is either 1-7 or 3-9. But what's been pointed out is there's no 1, is that I can't repeat them, because if I got like a 1-7 here, then neither of these can be 1 or 7. And so therefore this 1 actually does some work and tells me if there's no 1 up here, there's no 7 down here, there's no 3 down here. So there's no 9 up here. And so now that's just a naked 7 and a 3, and the 7 goes with a 1 and the 3 goes with a 9. And all of that is unraveled. Let's see. Yeah, the 3 is in one of these two. I don't know if that's worth marking. 1 in box 3 is now placed by Sudoku Miracles. The only odd that can go on this is 3. No, 3 and 1, right. So these two are definitely even, funnily enough, is Laura's point, because the only odds that can go are 1 and 3, and we can't have 1 or 3 here. These could be 1 or 3, potentially. Uh, yeah, okay, so the only even digit available here is 8. But the point is that AFK is making is you can't put an 8 here because that would require putting a 3 up here, and you can't. So these are both odd, and therefore these are both even in order to make the 5 minus parity work out correctly. So this is 3, 7, 9. Can't be 1. 3 would go with, not 7 either, because 7 would go with 2. So 3 goes with 8, 9 goes with 4. So yeah, there's a 6 somewhere to be named later. Ah, 1 in box 6 is just placed. I agree. Column 3 has all of its evens, points out Ron. So these are all odd. And now these are all even by the box. That is a naked 8 now. These are 4, 6. 4, 6 over down there. That is odd because it sees every even. Excuse me. Column 2 also has 4 evens. I agree. So those are odd. So 2 somewhere along here. I know these aren't 6 or 8. The box 4 odds can all be done. So yeah, these are, that is a 7 and a 5, which makes that a 9 and a 3 and a 9. Very clean. 6 in box 1 points down at that cell. Very good. So that's 4 and that's 6. So we do have a 6 up here with a 4, 8. By math, this needs to add to 14 with a 9. Very good. One of those two is a 5. One of these two is a 5, so therefore that's a 5. Or where does 5 go in row 7 if you prefer? Let's see. That could be a 5, annoyingly. Yeah, 9 in box 8 does not go on the divide something by 2 program. So the 9 is here. Thank you, Ed. Oh, right. We can finish up this. That's 4 and that's 8. So now that's 4. This is 6 or 8. And it is, for the record, that 6 or 8. Oh, but I don't know it's the same as that 6 or 8. We might need multiple coloring schemes. 1 second. It's the yellow flash 6 or 8. Let's see. Yeah, we know there's a 5 over here, but I don't know where yet. Let's see, that is a naked even because it sees every odd. Let's see. 8 and 9 of column 8. Yeah, these are both even because they see every odd. There you go. That's a much better spot than mine, Ambrose. So now these are 3, 7. Looking up here. Let's see. One of these is a 9. I don't know which one it is yet. Row 8's done with even, so that's an odd. And so definitely this is 1 or 3, and this is 2, 4, 6, or 8, which is not really that helpful. Yeah, there's definitely a 6 in one of these two cells just by sudoku. I agree with that. So that means one of these is a 1 or a 3. Oh, sorry. Why did I think it was divide by? Somehow in my brain, I somehow thought I just had to divide and get an even number. So I was allowing for possibilities like 8 divided by 2, which does not, in fact, give you 2. Yeah, one of these two is 4. I wonder if it's worth marking what the possibilities are for this. I guess this being 4 and that being 7 is a possibility. So 4 in box 9 is there. So that is a 4. So it was not worth marking because now we actually know that this is a 7. This can only be 1 or 7 itself. Yeah, it's 1, 7 before noticing that that was a 1, yeah. So I think we could do 1, 2. We can't do 2, 4 or 4, 8. So yeah, I guess these have to be 1, 2, and 3, 6. Is I guess the point. I don't know why I'm coughing today. Yep, I agree with chat's assessment there. So we get that double 8. That is a 2 now. Let's see, there's a 6 over here somewhere. Still don't know where. We still need the 2 in this column. I see. Okay, so there's the 2 and the 5. Thank you, chat. So that's the 9 and the 7. That is an odd number of some description. It's a 9. I can be more specific. These are both even now. these are all odd now. This is odd just by the row. These are even by the box. Thank you, AFK. Oh, I can actually fill in the 1 and the 3 over here, by the way. 7 and 3, 1. This is itself a 5, 7. I don't know why I bothered filling that in. That is a 7. That's a 1, just because it's naked. These are a 3, 9 in some order, yet to be determined. Oh, apparently it is determined? Is this real or is this a fake? Oh, no, sorry. 3, 9. That one sees a 3. There we go. 9 and 3. Sorry, I'm having trust issues. It is true. By the way, welcome, War Koala. I love the screen name. I think I've said that before, actually. But still true. 3, 5. By the way, if you're like, I'm reminded apropos of nothing of this. If you're a fan of like Slay the Spire type games and you're feeling at this point like you've been waiting for Slay the Spire 2 since the beginning of time, I would recommend there is a demo on Steam for a game called Zuminos that I have put like 30 hours into the demo. And it is very good, so I recommend it to you if that is the sort of person that you find yourself being. So that is going. So these are both going to be odd. Actually, that's going to be even. That is going to be odd. Let's see. How is it spelled? Oops. I don't know if that showed up for you. Let me type it. And type it into Google and make sure I spell it correctly. Yeah. Exactly as Ambrose spelled it. Yeah, okay, so we've got that odd. This is odd as well, so that's even. So these are both odd. We may have slightly prematurely marked, but we made it through with our perseverance through coloring. Okay. It is possible that I have too recently done the bit of just declaring the puzzle done after having finished the coloring. So I will actually fill in digits, as strange as that is, of a concept. Let's see, 7, 5. Yeah, 9 minus 6. 4, 8, 6, 4. Very nice. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with more puzzle time. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. We have a Renbon Whisper One Black Dot puzzle, a classic genre. Oops, I don't know why I'm in pen tool mode. This offends me slightly, but I'll survive. Let's see, what could this be? So 4-8 is too big. Let's start with that. We can go back to real conflict checker, although I don't know that it'll do anything other than classic Sudoku, but we'll put it back on and see if it finds a new thing to. So we could certainly be 1, 2, 4, or we could be 3, 6 with a 4, 5 in between. Well, we can't be 1, 2, 3. Oh no, we could be 1, 2, 3, 4 because this whisper is sort of opposite land, right? These are actually the same high-lowity. So actually, these could all be the thing. I do agree that one of these is 5. And so one of these two is 5. And then one of these two is 5. I don't think that's useful, but it is true. I really wanted this to not be able to be 1, 2, 3, 4. That would have made my life a little bit easier. Yeah, this is certainly, it doesn't have to be 4, 6. It could be 3, 7, but that does mean that this is definitely a 1, 2, 8, 9 sort of number. Because of this being a 3, 4, 6, 7 sort of number. My guess was that I could use this black dot to resolve high and low pretty quickly, but maybe not. Yeah, there's certainly no 1, 9 on here. These two being the same is interesting. That is very wise. Okay, so in this column, we're actually going to use the 5 thing. I didn't think we were going to use the 5 thing. In this column, the 5 is up here, which means that this is either all high or all low. For our purposes, it's all yellow, and this is all purple. And so now when I ask where the 4 yellows go in this column, I think 2 of them have to go here, right? Because we have 4 of them to get rid of, and we can get rid of at most 2 of them off of that thing, so they have to both go there. So that's yellow, purple, purple. Yep, this is also yellow. That is very nice. Note, by the way, this is much different. I complained slightly about some earlier step where we did it, where I don't think it was what the intended step was, but it was a like random digit hidden in a random thing through a combination of different things, looking at it through the column. This is a 5 and a whisper puzzle that's doing stuff. So this sort of like, oh, the 5 in the column rules it off of this, I think is a totally reasonable step. Can't yellow 4, 5, 6, 9. One of these is yellow, but they can't both be yellow. That was what I was using, was that these can't both be yellow. These are a yellow-purple pair. No problem. I did just glaze right over it. I was in my thinking zeta voice and not my explaining zeta voice. Uh, so yeah, if yellow is low, now this has to be 3-6. And then we run into problems because there's no place for a 4. Right, because there's at least 2 lows on this Renbon, right? Is no matter what, there's at least 2 lows on it. Even in the case that this is 3-6, and so yellow is in fact high. Uh, and this is blue. Okay. Yeah. So my hope was, and this is exactly what happened, was that we'd be able to disambiguate high and low quickly by looking at this, and it actually bounced through box 1, which makes me even happier. Yeah, that's all very nice. Okay. Does knowing that this is low do anything? That I do not know yet. I am not prepared to say. Let's see. Could any of these be 6? I am not prepared to say. Uh, uh, it is true. 6 is the highest we can get. Let's see. Yes, 5 in column 9 lets us repeat the process, right? This is definitely extreme. I don't know which one, but there is a 5 over here. I don't think I know if this is all high or all low yet. Either way is actually quite interesting when you look at the sort of the crisscrossy bits here. Uh, uh, so these two are the same high-lowity, I guess, is the thing. It's the same high-lowity as that one. That's a good point. Yeah, this Renbon needs a 4, 5, and 6, and we know the 6 in this box is up here. So there's a 6 here looking down that makes that not 6. I agree with that. Orange is high. Uh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, if this is a 3, then I've used all the lows in the box because these are all the same high-lowity, just to yellow purple this for you. But the problem is that if I make this a 3, now I also am obligated to put a 4 over here. I'm not sure it's useful, but I agree with the deduction. These are high. That's at least one high that doesn't go on this Renbon at all. Yeah, this is never an 8. I agree with that. Yeah, I was definitely all on board the whittle down this train until someone pointed out the 5 in column 9, and then I was sort of thinking like, oh, maybe we're supposed to chase that, but we might have to do a little bit more And like the 6 here was very clean. Just sort of doing the intuitive. What else can we be doing? I guess I know that there's a 4. No, I don't know that there's a 4 in this column because that could be the 4. Oh, I know there's a 6 down here. That's the point. This is a lot easier than any of this. Yeah, 6 in column 3 is the point. 6 in column 3 because I can't put 6 up here and I can't put 6 on this, and that's low. Yeah, and I maybe I can put 6 there. It doesn't really matter. But the point is I'm definitely not putting 6 there, which means I'm not putting 3 there either. Which does make both of these low and does make this not a 2. Okay, that was the 6 in column 3. Yeah, the use of sudoku here is very nice. So yeah, there's definitely a 3 on this, I guess, is another point that one can make. And the 3 is in one of these 2 cells. I don't know if that matters. Yes. That's very true. Yeah, that's 2 blues, 3 blues, 4 blues. So therefore, this is 5 and a high. Yeah, that's really true. The 6. Oh no, that could be a 6 with that being a 1, can't it? Yeah, 3 is on this Renbon, I agree. You're just saying 3, 4, 5. It's the same point as before. 3, 4, 5 just doesn't work, so there's definitely a 6. Yeah, agree. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 3, 4, 5 doesn't work because it puts too many blues in the world. And so therefore there's definitely a 6. So these are just always a 5, 6 pair. Is the point. I buy that. So this is a none 6 thing. Okay, so that gives us our first digit, actually, because now that digit is a 1, because it's next to a 6. And we can bring out big Z for the 1. Oops, I knocked over the router again. Tristan does not like it when I knock over the router. Boop, boop, ba-doop, woo! Boop, boop, ba-doop, wah! Boop, boop, ba-doop, wee! Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. Okay, so now all of this works. So that's a 9 and a 4. And so that means that yellow is blue and purple is orange. No 9 to be had over there. These are a 2, 3. That's a 3 and a 2, using the fact that there's a 2 locked in on this thingamabob. This is orange. These are in fact, actually, that's the 7, and that's the 8 because we're adjacent to a 3. So no 7 over there either. Okay, that was very slick. Okay, so we now know there's a 4 up here, just because this Renbon must have a 4 on it. We might actually know it has to have a 3 on it as well if we think about it carefully, because it can have at most 3 high digits on it, so it can go up to at most 8. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah, it definitely also has a 3. Yep. There we go. Right. Yeah, so this, I can color this whisper now. I somehow missed. This is the other 1-4. As you say, I agree. This is a 1 or a 2. This is a 7, 8, or 9 for lots of reasons. This is a 7, 8, or 9 for lots of reasons. I do know one of these is a 2 for what it's worth. Let's see. SGAF is looking at the interaction of this whisper. I know it doesn't have a 2 on it. So 3, 4, 5, 6. That doesn't quite help. So we know it goes up to at least 6. No problem, no problem. I was trying to re-articulate your point and hoping that I would quite find it, but I didn't quite get there. Yes. Remember, we said this Renbon, its pieces go here. These two are the same color. We said that before. The 5 ruled that this is the same logic as before, but it's been long enough, I'll repeat it. There's a 5 locked off this, so this is all one color. Where do these 4 go in column 9? Only one there, and 2 of them there, and so therefore this is blue. Is the point. So therefore these are both orange. Oops. And these are all assorted not blue. And so now this is a naked 5 because it sees all the blues in its row and all the oranges in its box. Beautiful, Ambrose. Well spotted. And so now this is high, as are all of these. However, this Renbon also needs a 5 on it because at least one of these is low. So there is a 5 on it somewhere. That's right. The rest of these are blue. This is a very nice puzzle, by the way. So now either this is an 8 or there's an 8 on the Renbon. I see. Yeah, this is only from... This can't be very many things because this Renbon we know goes up to a maximum of 5. And so this is only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we've already got the 5 in the box. The 2 is on the black dot and it sees 4 by sudoku. So that is why this is 1 or 3. This is certainly also 1, 2, or 3. In fact, that's now orange just by the row. Yes, this is very good. Wow, the use of this geometry on 5s is amazing. Because, yeah, now we can't repeat the 5 anywhere in here, and so now we need a 5 in this column somewhere in here, but we also need a 5 on this Renbon, so the only way that works is if this is a 5 and that's a 5. Okay, and so these are all blue. For the row, I agree that these are, 3, 4. This is a 2. One of these is therefore a 1. That's a 2 and a 1 just by sudoku. So these are a 3, 4, and a 5. And that must be a 6. Which gives me a 5 and a 6 down here. Go gadget geometry. This is a 6 or an 8. This can't be the 6 anymore because of the 1 up above. So now that's the 6. This is some sort of 8. Oh, this is just a 9 because even 7 doesn't work because this is a 3 or a 4. So that's always a 9, which makes that a 3 or a 4, which in turn makes that a 9. These are a 5, 8 pair, and so these are a 6, 7 pair to make the renbon. We want the renbon to be its best renbon self. There we go. Oh, right. It's got to be a 4 because if I don't put a 4 here, I'm putting a 4 in one of these cells, and that's going to go very badly for me. So instead, I'm putting a 3 in one of these cells, which means it's going with an 8. And means that one of these is a 9. And so that is a 7 and an 8. Beautiful, beautiful. It was 5, 6, 7, 8 in the end, it turns out, yes. Let's see. That's true. One of these is the last high for that. We know that these are 1, 2, and these are 3, 4. If this is low, we know it's a 3 or a 4. I don't quite know if I want to do anything with that yet. Okay, so there's a 3 but not a 2 on this renbon, so we know exactly what's on it. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was not expecting these to all end up being high, but it turned out that way. So that's a 9. So now that's a naked 8 and a 7. Let's see. The 7 in box 2 is here. Good. Making that a 1. Meaning all of these are low now. One of these is a 9. If I do candidates in box 1, well, they're certainly not 3 or 4. So they're certainly all 6, 7, 8, and 9. And I know that the 9 looks up. So actually, that's a 6 and a 7. So I know one of these two is a 6. Which is interesting because it now aligns with that 6 to tell me that one of these is a 6. And it's not that one for sure. Which tells me one of those is a 1. That's orange, by the way. I don't know why I haven't colored that. It's an 8 or a 9. But that one always looks at this cell. Thank you, DWeb. Yeah. Whether this 6 is here putting a 1 there or here putting a 1 there, this can't be a 1. And this can't be a 1. Okay, so that makes that a 1, 2, which makes that a 3 over there, which gives me a 2 and a 1. Which makes that the 3, which means that's the 6. And the 1. Very good. So that's not a 6. Okay, so now that is a 2 and a 1. Now that's not a 5 anymore. It's just a 4. And that's the 5. That is a 4 and a 3 now. Oops. This is a 3 or a 4, which makes this be an 8 because of the 9 looking up, with this being a 3, which sorts out this Renbon, actually. Blue, blue, orange, orange. We know where the 9 goes. This is a 1 or a 2 of some description, not a 9. 7, 6, and 8. This is a 5 and an 8. 4 and 3. This is now a 9 by Sudoku, and an 8, and a 9 and an 8. These are a 6 and a 9, and we know the order, giving me the 7 and the 6 over there. This puzzle's amazing. This is really well put together. Granted, it plays into all my proclivities, but still. These are the 2 lows. These are a high and a 5 in some order, but we actually can put these in order. That's 2 and 4. So that's a 1, giving me a 2 and a 1. This is sure a 1 or a 2, but that's a 3. Giving me a 4 and a 3. Giving me a 2 and a 1 for the column. Giving me a 2 in this row, which has to go there. That seems to be the 5 for the column. Yeah, I don't think I've done a Randy Dan puzzle before, but certainly I am intrigued to do more Randy Dan puzzles after this one, because, wow, that was great. Okay, we can do high, low, high 5, high, high. 7, 6, 5, 9, 4, 5, 7. Woohoo! Gorgeous, gorgeous puzzle. One of the most fun I have done in quite a while, I think. The repeated use of the 5 in columns bouncing off the Renbon and the Whispers was really, really nice. Great puzzle overall. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll come back and do probably one more puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. I've got a short series of Minesweeper puzzles from Talking Freddish and Michael Lefkowitz, aka Juggler, who we often do stuff from. So we need to clear things. I'm not quite sure exactly how this is going to work, but we'll see. Shade some cells, mines, and leave some cells unshaded, cleared. 2 cleared cells are shown. Each digit in a cleared cell indicates how many mines are in the up to 8 surrounding cells. No 2x3 box has the same number of mines. Okay, so one of these boxes has 3 mines. This has either 0 or 1. Oh, sorry. I guess the numbers possible are 0 to 6. This box has 1 or 0 mines. This box has at most 3 mines. This is certainly at most a 5. Oh, sorry. It could have 4 mines. You're right. It could have 4 mines. Yeah, these aren't mines. No 2 boxes have the same number of mines. Yeah, so so yeah, just to write it, this box certainly has 0 or 1. That is the thing I have deduced so far. And this is going to contain a number. Yeah, 0 to 3, I agree. Or 0 to 4, right? This number is at most 5. I feel like I'm missing some really basic thing here. But only cleared cells. It's only these 2 cells are the only 2 in the entire puzzle that count mines, right? Oh, it's every digit in a cleared cell. Oh, sorry. Okay, that's the part I'm missing. Every digit. Sorry. I thought it was just telling me these are the only 2 clues I'm getting. All non-mines count. Okay. So yeah, so that's quite interesting. So if all of these are unshaded, that's just not going to work, right? If all of these are unshaded, I'm going to clear that. Then I'm going to need to dig up a lot of mines to put around this, and it seems very possible. Yeah, we'll color this not mine. Sort of yes, right. So yeah, the question is, what is this digit? I think it, and if this is a digit, so if this cell is not a mine, what is it? And so it would see at most one mine. It doesn't work. So this just has to be a mine is the point. Yeah, this is a mine, which means that all of these are not mines. By that. So this is at least a 1 and at most a 3. This is at least a 2 and at most a 4. Let's see, what is this? This is certainly a 2 or 3. This is a 2, 3, or 4. We know there's at least 2 mines in this box because there can't be 0, and there can't be 1 either. All right, this digit is always a mine, because if this is not a mine, then these two see exactly the same number of mines. Agree. One of these numbers has to be at least a 5. And yeah, 5 is the highest it can be, right? So, yeah, so one of these is at least a 5, and in all instances, no matter which one of these is at least a 5, it means that both of these are mines. Because we're either going to have all of that is mine or all of that is mine. And yeah, none of them can be 6, so the mine is in fact a 6. I will agree with that. Why can't this be a 5? Oh, it breaks the 1, right? It breaks the 1, right? So in fact, yeah, you're right. That is a 5. So those are all mines. So now this one's already at least a 3. This one's at least a 2. My 5 shape did include 2 purple cells. That is a problem. Yeah, this is now a 2 or a 3, really, based on whether this is done. So yeah, I should just mark that this is a 2 or a 3, which gives me a pair, which makes that a 4, which in turn makes that a mine. Okay, and now this is a 3, so that's a 2, which makes that not a mine. Okay. This is now at least 2, but it can't be a 2, so this is a 3 or a 4 only. Right. Remember the number of boxes or number of mines per box is different. So if this is a 1, it would now force this to be a second box with only 1 mine. So that's in fact a 2, a 3, and a 4. And the 4 we can fill in. And because the 4 gets filled in, that means the 2 gets filled in like that. So this is a 1, just by virtue of counting. These are a 6 and a 5. One of these two is a 6. Okay, well, this is definitely not a 6. This could maybe be a 6. These are a 4-5 pair, and there's... If this was correct, it would still be a mine, so this is always a mine. Oh, I do need at least 3 mines in this box now. And so if I need at least 3 binds in this box, this can't be a 1. Because then there can't be enough mines in the box. So that's a 5, which actually tells me that all of these are mines. And now this just is a 6. Okay, so these are 1, 2, 6. That one's not a 1. That one's not a 6. These are 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 5. Okay, so this needs to have at least 1 more mine. Yeah, this can't not be a mine for a complicated reason, which is that if this is not a mine, then it needs to be correct. But remember, this box needs another mine in it, so it would be a correct 6, except it can't be a correct 6 because there aren't 6 cells for it to see. So it is a mine. We've got that. Let's see. These are a 1, 2, 3. 1 and a 3. These are a 2 and a 6. This is not going to be a correct none-mine no matter what. This is not going to be a correct none-mine no matter what. So this has to be a correct none-mine, because otherwise we run into the issue of the boxes needing to have different numbers. So we got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. So this needs to have 3 mines exactly. Those we know are in the clear. So this is certainly a 1, 2, 3. So that's certainly a 6. A 6, just for the record. So that gives me the 2 and the 6. Yeah, one of these is a mine because we need 3 mines in this box. So 2 of these 3 are mines. So that one's definitely not a 1. I agree. Okay, and we know this number exactly because it's a 5. We can just count it using that rule. So that's a 3, 4 pair. So that's a 5. This is a 3 or a 4 and not a 2 just by sudoku. So that makes that a 2 by sudoku. Which now makes that a 2 and a 1 and a 2. Okay, so only one of these is a mine now, so therefore that's a mine. Well, that can't not be a mine, because if this isn't a mine, I'd need to shunt 6 things in there, and that's definitely not going to happen. So we end up like that, and this is in fact a 3. Woohoo! I wonder if this is computer generated, because it feels like I don't know quite how you would do this, but it did definitely solve pleasantly regardless. Uh, but I can't imagine how you would set this without a computer program of some sort. Anyway, there's a series of these. Okay, so this one, we know there's one mine in this box. And uh, yes, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah. So if this cell's not a mine, it's a 0, which is a problem. So this is a mine. Yeah, this is not a mine. And so that gives me that all of these are not a mine. Yeah, any of these could now be mines, I suppose. Again, we have this issue with a 6 of the absolute biggest number I could put here is a 5. And in fact, this is the unique place for a 5. So that's a 6 and that's a 5, which gives us all of these, which then I can just count that this is a 2. Now this needs to be at least a 3. So it had better be a 3, which makes that go like that. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 6. These are 3, 4, 5. What? Oh, sorry. 4 and 3. Oh, and these are given to be clear. I see. That was the part I was missing. I was like, how can this possibly resolve from here? But I was missing that these were given to be clear. Okay, so this is 2 or 4 are the only options for this cell. 3, 5, 6. 3, 4, 6, I think are my options. Yeah, so 4, 5, and 6 seems plausible. We have used our 1 mine box and our 3 mine box for what it's worth. We definitely know there's a 1 in one of these two spaces for whatever sudoku miracle stuff we would like to get out of that. Oh, that's a good point. I know that if I look at the cells, this is 1 or 2 more than that, right? Yes, I don't actually know if that's shaded or not. If this is 6, all of that's shaded, so that's a 4. That doesn't work. It's slightly tricky to see. If this is 6, it doesn't work. Because if all of these are shaded, now the problem is that's a 4, this is a 6, and now what's this? And the answer is a number that is at least 4, but is not 4 or 6 or 5. So this number is never 6 for what it's worth. Okay, so if this was shaded, this number would be 2 bigger than this number, going back to David's argument. And that's not possible because one is odd and one is even. So this is always unshaded, is, I think, the deduction we are meant to make. Do I know anything about what this number is? Let's see, are these the same shadiosity? I think so, yeah, because of this. Right, because this can't be a 3 is why. Or yeah, because this can't be a 3. So yeah, these are either both shaded or both unshaded. Could this have 2 mines in that instance? I don't think I know that this box can't have 2 mines. If this was a 3, we would unshade all of those and make that a 5, which seems like a bad combination of things to do. I agree with that. That does not work. Yeah, we can't go 2, 3, 6. So does that mean these two are always the same shading? I'm not sure. They're always different? If they're always different, this can't be a 6. I see. It's different. It's different depending on the 2, 3, 4, or the 4, 5, 6. That makes sense. Uh, uh, okay. I do think we need to think about like how many mines are going to be in this box down here, but I'm not sure. Uh, how to contemplate it. Yeah, if this is a 6, it definitely makes that a 6. I agree with that. So this is from 1, 3, 4 only. Uh, yeah, 1 seems very difficult, but maybe it's possible in some very weird world. Uh, 1 here would certainly put a 4 here and open up like all of that. But yeah, I know at least one of these is shaded because of that 4-6 business. Uh, a 0 mine box always breaks the 6 in the box. Yeah, I guess that's true by what we've observed about the 5 being the biggest. So yeah, so there's gonna be. Was that true in the previous one? That wasn't the previous one, apparently. That was the previous one. Yep, there we go. There was our all mine box. Okay, that's a very good point. Yeah, that does seem like a big problem, Bear Cub Daycare, because if this is a 1, all of these are yeah. Let me phrase it in a way that combines Bear Cub's point and David's point. One of these 3 cells is a 6, and it's definitely a mine. And we know one of these 2 is a mine, so therefore this is not a 1. Let's see. So that I think gets us somewhere. Now, the 5 in this box is certainly a mine as well, right? Because there's nowhere the 5 could go in this box that it could actually see anywhere near 5. In fact, actually, I now know this cell can't be a 1. Sorry, maybe that's not true. Never mind. But yeah, but the 5 is definitely a mine. So we know the 5 and the 6 in this box are definitely mines. So there's at least 2 mines in this box, possibly as many as 5. This 3 or 4 is kind of interesting. And it's not a problem if this is a 4 and this is a 3, right? Then one of these is a mine. That's not a mine. And 2 of these are mines. And that seems to leave plenty of world. I don't think I can say anything useful about this box, but maybe I can somehow. The 5 is definitely a mine. If this is not a mine, then it needs to be one less than this number. So if this is not a mine, it's a 3, I guess, is the only way that that works. Is it true that the 1 in this box has to be a mine now? I kind of think the 1 in this box also has to be a mine. I guess there's a chance the 1 is not a mine, and there's 2 total mines in the box. I think the world where 1 is not a mine is the world where there's 2 mines in a box. If this is not a mine, it's a 1. Agree. Yeah, I keep trying to get something out of this is either 1 and it's a mine, or it's not 1, and then that's 1, but I don't think I can quite get anywhere out of it. Let's see, we could put a 1 over here somewhere. If these are both mines, then that digit becomes a 2, and that becomes not a mine. If this box has 2 mines, where does the 4 go? Hey, Kodak. Sounds like a reasonable question. So if it has 2 mines, remember those are the 5 and the 6. So the 4 would certainly have to go over on this border. But in that universe, that's also a 4, and that doesn't work. Yeah, I agree with you there. So this box has at least 4 mines. So it's 4 or 5. It's somewhat a complicated argument, but I think I agree with you. So if there are at least 4 mines in this box, this assuredly sees 2 of them. Right. These are now both mines. Right. Yes. There have to be at least 4 mines in this box. And now these have to both be mines because they're either both mines or neither mines. And so they're both mines, which now makes that go 4, 5, 6. Okay, agree with that. Now this 6 actually forces those all to be mines. Now this is already at 3, but it can't stay at 3. So the problem was if there's 2 mines in box 5, then the 4 is not a mine, can only go in column 3, but also if there's 2 mines in box 5, that digit's a 4. And so you'd end up with 2 4s in column 3 was the problem. But yes, 3 is now impossible because we know there's at least one of these two is a mine, and so that's a 4. But now it must be that exactly one of these two is a mine. So that one, sorry, so that one is a mine, and that one's not a mine. One of these two is a mine. So that this is in fact 4. Because the two mines couldn't be here and here. If it was exactly those two are mines and these 3 are not mines, then something went horribly wrong. Yeah, the thing that went horribly wrong is that this digit was a 2. And then this digit was also a 2. Yeah, so this is 1, 2, 3, and as AFK says, they're all bivalues. This is 1, 2, 3. This is 4, 5, 6. This is a 1 or a 3. Yeah, box 6 can't only have one mine. So it's got to have more than that. Could have 2. We know there's 4 mines in this box. So this is either 2 mines or 5 mines. One of these is definitely 6 mines. So this number can't be very, very large. For whatever that is worth. Being told this is a 3? Do I know that for sure? That's definitely true. If this is not a mine, it's definitely a 4, which would be bad. So this is a mine. And now the 4 is done, so this is not a mine. And so now that is a 3. Oh, you're saying whichever of these. There you go. Whichever of these is the thing is a 3. Yeah, okay. So that's a 1, 2, 3 up there. Okay, so there's our 4. Let's see. So now this is a 1 or a 2 only. Which means this box is not, this is a 2 mine box, because if it were more than 2 mines, it would be 5 mines, and that's not going to work. So this 2 mine box needs to have, yeah, it could have the mine there or there, I guess it doesn't really matter. So these are a 5 mine box and a 6 mine box. Is what we know. So there's exactly one purple cell in here, and it's not one of these. We know, right? Because if it were one of these, then that would be correct, but it would be seeing way too many things. I thought the column 6 thing wasn't mines, but I don't think it's true, because I think I could have a single mine over here and let this be a 1. And I think that would be okay as well. Uh, uh, one of these has to be yellow. Oh, sorry. Uh, no, never mind. I'm trying to think through like what numbers would these have in them if they were not mines. Uh, yeah, I guess yeah, one of these has to be a mine because if neither of these is a mine, they're both from 1 2, which is too many numbers from 1 2 for the same box. So one of these has to be a mine, so neither of those is a mine. I think is correct. And now this has to be a 5. Uh because one of those two is a mine. That's a 3 because one of these two is a mine. What? Am I wrong? I think I'm right. Uh, uh, it's not a 3. That's not a 5. That's not a 5. That's not a 3. Uh, yeah, and so if this is the mine, then these are both 2, is the thing that Chad is trying to convince me to see. So that's not the mine, and that is. So that's a 2 and a 1. That is a 4 and a 6. So that's a 6. That's a 5. Let's see. These are a 2 and a 1. Let's see. That is a 2 and a 6. And a 1. And a 2. And a 3, 6. 3, 1. What? Did we prove what? Was my row 6, column 6 argument not right? Oh, you're right. It wasn't. Yeah. Sorry. My argument was that these would both be 2, but that was wrong because this would be a 1. Never mind. Yeah, there's definitely a 1 and a 2 down here. So there's a 1 and a 2 up here. So that's always a 2 and a 1 and a 6 and a 5. And so this is always a 6. That's a 1 2 pair. So that's a 3. Okay. Okay, this is certainly a mine because there's no way that thingy. There's no way because this is either a 5 or a 6 mine box. There's no way this can be a mine because it can't possibly. Or sorry, can. There's no way this cannot be a mine because it would need to see at least 4. Neither of these can be not a mine because they're both going to be a minimum. They're both going to see a minimum of 5 plus 3 is 8 mines, which is too many mines. So 6 is not possible. So this is just a mine, which means this is not a mine, and is a 5. Which makes this a 4 and a 6 and a 4 and a 5 and a 3. Making that a 6. Okay, so this is the 1, 2, so that's not a mine, and this is, making that a 4, and now we can resolve this, because now that's a 1 and a 2, and a 2 and a 1, and a 2 and a 1. Very nice. These are very brain stretchy. But fortunately, there's one more of them. Let's see. Okay, so we'll do one more, and then we'll be in good shape. So shade some cells, etc. Why is there a flag? I don't see that in the rules at all. That is a mine. I see. Does it say that in the rules? Those are certainly mines. And a mine are shown. Yeah, there we go. It just doesn't say the flag, or the word flag in the thing, which is what I was skimming for. This is certainly 3, 4, or 5. This is certainly 2 or 3. This is 1 or 2. Sorry, no, this is also 2 or 3, right? Because it also sees at most 3. Right, and this number is 1 more than that one. Points out. Oh, you're right. Sorry, that one could be 1. Could absolutely be 1. But J40's point is that these are different, so that needs to be yellow, or we're not going to get that to happen. Yeah, it could be 1. This is 1 more, so this is 2, 3, 4. This number is already at least 4, so this is 4 or 5. Let's see. If this is 4, then all of those are shaded, and that does indeed immediately make this 5. If this is shaded, does the world fall apart? Because then that's 5. I don't think so. It just makes both of these unshaded. These are like almost a 2, 3, 4, 5 triple. The problem is 2, 3, 4, 5 are too many different numbers for it to be an actual triple. But we oh, sorry, these are a 2, 3. These are a 2, 3, 4, 5 quadruple. So one of these is 1 and one of them is 6. Because all of these have to be between 2, 3, 4, and 5. And in fact, actually, oh no, sorry, I was going to say something silly. That was not correct. Do I just know off the bat that... Oh, right. Sorry, this one could be 1. You're right. That one could be 1. Never mind. I do know one of these is 6. That's what I was thinking. Is it? Yeah, there's at least one mine in here. Sorry, at least one more mine in here, because if this is only one mine, it would not work. So that's actually the quad. Oh, no, sorry, that's not the quad, because this one could have 6 mines. That's true. That's true. Bear Cub Daycare is right. We know the 5 in this box is a mine. Because if there was only one mine, well, sorry, the 5 might not be a mine, but if the 5 isn't a mine, there's 3 mines in this box. So the 6 is a mine, and yeah. So now we actually have the 2, 3, 4, 5, and we know this one is not 1, because if this was 1, that cell would be a 0. So this is 6, and this box has 1 mine in it. I believe is how that works. Can there even be a 4? Oh, I guess the 4 could be there, yeah. Right. We can't have the mine here, because if the mine is here... Oh, no, we could just get away with it with that diagonal, unfortunately. Oh, no, not for that cell. For that cell, right. If we put the mine here, it breaks that cell specifically. So the mine is not here. Which I think actually tells me that that is a 2, which makes that a 3, which makes that yellow. So that not a 3. So now this can't... Oh, right, it could be a 3, right. The point is just it's a 2. They're not mines, so this one is a 2 or a 3. This one is a 4 or a 5. Oh, but it is a 5. Sorry, this one is a 5, right? We can just count it. Yes, and so these are both none mines, which now means this is a 2. Which now means that's a 3, which now means that's a yellow. That's not a 3. This is therefore not a 4. Yeah, this is a 1 or a 2, and it can only be a 1. One of these is the 6, of course. This is at least 3. That's not super helpful. There we go. Yeah, if this is the mine, that's a second 1. Doesn't work. Okay, so that's the mine. Okay, and then these are a 3-4 pair. But this had better be the one that's bigger, or we've got a problem. And now that is also a mine. So we've got our 4 mine box now. So these are 3, 4, 5, just for the future. These are 1, 2, 6. So one of these two is the 2. One of these two is the 5. If this isn't a mine, are these both 4s? I think if this isn't a mine, these are both 4s. Oh, no, they could both not be mine. Sorry. No, that doesn't work, right? If this is not a mine, it makes this a 4. What's this? Well, it's a 3 or a 4, but it can't be either because that's a 4 and that's a 3 looking at it. So this not being a mine doesn't work, which means that both of these are mines, which makes that a 5 and that a 4. Which means this has already seen its 4 mines, which means that both of these are purple. We've got our 1, and then we need a 2 and a 3. Over here, let's see. This number here is already 5, so it's 5 or 6. These are a 1-4 pair by Sudoku stuff. So these are a 2-3 pair by the same sort of Sudoku stuff. This is a 1 or a 4. This is certainly at least a 3. So 1, 2, 3. Actually, I know one of these is... No, I don't know one of these is... let's see. I do agree there's a 2 corner mark here because if this is a 2, then that's a 1, and if this is a 3, then that's a 2, so that's never a 2. Looks like this could probably get along away with being 5. Yeah, I agree 3, 4, 5 is a reasonable number to write in here. Uh, yeah. This being a 5 doesn't work because it puts 3 mines in both of these boxes. Agree with that. Uh, Yeah, so people are encouraging me to mark that 1, 2, 4, and so note that I've got a 5, 6 hidden pair in row 2, and hence this is definitely a mine because it can't be correct. This is also a 5, 6. I agree. Let's see. Ron had a point. If this is not a mine, it's a 2 and it breaks the box. Right, because we know one of these two is a 2. Right. So it is a mine, which now has made that a 2 and a 3 and a 4. 1 and the 2. Okay, now this being a 4 still doesn't quite tell me what's happening, does it? 5, 3, 4. 3. Okay, yeah, this has to be a mine because if not, it would be a 2. Which sounds bad. So now the 4 is done. So now that's not a mine, and that is a and that and that's not a mine. To make that all work, and so we can write in that seems to be a 2, and this seems to be a 3. So we can do our 1, 3, 2. Let's see. This seems to be a 5 and a 6. So that's a 1, 5, and 6. And a 4. Very, very nice series there. These are rated as 2-star on LMD, which I feel like cannot possibly be correct. But LMD ratings are crazy sometimes, so who knows? But anyway, very nice series of puzzles today. I thank everyone for joining me. Do please like the stream if you have not. People will find the VOD and watch it later. Speaking of, there are many VODs, so if you want to go back and watch some of the puzzles you missed from earlier streams, then by all means, please do and enjoy. But we'll be back. Tristan will be back on Thursday. I'll be back next Sunday when I'll be preparing for my ambitious January term course, which will be an adventure unto itself. But till then, huge thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you would like to support the stream and you don't currently, you can click the $ button on YouTube. I don't know if it shows $1 if your currency is not $1. Maybe it shows up as a different currency wherever you are, but YouTube will handle all of that for you. So if you can do that, greatly appreciate it. It's how people get the Zach emotes, like the Cowboy Zach that I adore, that Ace of Spades made, and many other fun things. So, as well as the ability, I should mention every once in a while, to watch the Sudokuvania series, which I know many of you who subscribe or many of you who support are enjoying. So, thank you for that. Last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonk Time. Wario, Paul Fly, and Neil SF. Thank you so much. I'll see everyone real soon. Bye for now.